What's going on, y'all? What's up? What's up? So sorry for the delay. Wither King, Johan, Sins, how y'all doing? Running a little bit late today. Had a late lunch going with my mother-in-law here. Still actually finishing out. Was hoping for some summit builds. We'll be doing the summit tomorrow. Bro Ace, what up? What up? You found your 8/8 overclock yesterday. Congrats! Uh-oh, someone in the house has COVID. That's no good. What's going on, Zen? So where were we? We were trying a slice and dice build yesterday when my internet went to shit. Slice and dice and poons. So why don't we start back off with that? Yeah, you can use Inferno traps with literally any spawn camp trap in our build. Explosive traps, Inferno traps. In fact, we'll do it here later on. I want to try the slice and dice thing first. So, you guys know the routine. We're going to be doing some weird builds. So I want to try them solo first just to see if the build will hold. And then we'll open it up and try them and see how it does in a 4-player group. So the first one here, going to do by myself. But yeah, trap and Aura spawn camps are crazy, crazy OP. Like I said, we'll do one of those next here. Let's see. So, what did we do? We went ensnare, an explosive, and then we piggybacked the buff beam on the slice and dice here for that explosive trap. So we'll get a spinny boy here. We'll get a spinny boy here. And then we'll give each one of these a buff beam. Just because it makes them so ridiculous. And that's it for that lane. Now we're going to have to throw some poons in, of course, to help deal with the flyers, but over here we can go, what? We'll go spinny boy there. And there. I think let's just do the same thing and see how the DU works out. We'll go with an ensnare aura and then a trap. Now we'll have to put the trap over a little bit. That way we can pick the buff beam up off of one of these. Make sure it's getting it. Yeah, it got it. Tried the sniper cannon on the keep for copters and it went better than I thought. Well, they got such crazy range, man. Yeah, we're doing all ruined builds here, Adaptive. So you just got the massacre, but you're struggling. How should you progress? You should do Ancient Mind Survival first, yeah. And then take the gear you got from Ancient Mind Survival, and it should make the rest of Massacre Mode a steamroll as far as getting through the campaign. What's going on there, Whoops Jr.? How you doing? You guys will have to forgive the crunching. I'm having me some taquitos. Let's see. Spinny. Put the explosive trap hugging this wall. Looks like the buff beam got the explosive trap, no problem. When's the best time to start doing Rifted? Generally after you do that one survival run. Like, do Ancient Mind Survival once, and then go through, and you can just actually play through the rest of the campaign on Rifted mode, just to get all the unlocks. And then that's also going to give you some starter fusion gear, and then you can just kind of piece together some sets what you have, and then depending on where your gaps are after that, then you can decide where to go next. Vingdar with the sub, thank you so much. All right, so this leaves me 40 left. Let's see. We got a pooner here. We'll just go one poon right there. And we'll get some crossfire poons in the middle here. I hope this works. My main worry is Jin stealing the slice and dice, you know? I think this is going to work out perfect for DU, actually. Do that and that. Then we need to give it some reflex. Oops, that one's 2 DU. Let's go with 1 DU on the reflect. Maybe? And then we need to get reflex here as well. There you go. Will kobolds run through the spinny? Well, here's the deal. Let's see. Let me get Yoshi here first. Quick question. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but I see that PC and Xbox have some cosmetics that PlayStation doesn't. Yeah. The cosmetic pack, the DLC cosmetic packages, PlayStation has yet to approve through their certification program. That's the holdup. So Chromatic is working on it. But the DLC that's there on PC and on Xbox is not available on PlayStation yet. Anyway. Here's the deal with these. With the rune, of course, is ethereal blades. It's no longer a blockade, allowing enemies to pass through it, but its damage is increased by 75%. Now, with that in mind, normal enemies will walk through it. Like, this is like an aura as far as they're concerned. However, that means that Jin will vacuum cleaner it up. But then additionally, a kobold that explodes will do damage to it. So the deal there is your spinny boy has to be strong enough to kill a kobold before their fuse lights. If the kobold dies before their fuse lights, then it'll take no damage. You got to put runes on its own filter, Jason. So when you do it, give runes its own filter and have nothing else there but runes. You can do runes and then the quality that you want. Like, I only want godly. But runes have to be on a filter by itself. I'm not sure what PlayStation doesn't like about them, but it's normally something like really silly. Like, they don't like a particular color of an icon or something like that. And then you have to wait through the entire certification over again. So I'm not sure the exact specifics, but I know that there's something going on behind the scenes there with getting those DLC through certification. I mean, Chromatic wants them in, they want them out, you know? It's a source of revenue. And we are using 2 low-roll pets just for a good comparison. Like, this one's actually the best penguin I got. All 3 stats, 0.63, 5 projectiles, but only 367 upgrades. This one's got more upgrades, but it's missing ability. So it has no ability stat on it. Lurking while playing 7 days. Nothing wrong with that, man. 7 Days to Die is such a fun game. I need to jump back in that again at some point. I haven't played since, like, Alpha 17. It's been a while. Yeah, see, that's the problem with DLC. DLC isn't a game launch, and it isn't an update or a hotfix. So it gets super, super low priority as far as Sony is concerned. You know? Ooh, sorry, smacking the mic. So far, so good. There, Northern Soul. I don't want to jinx it, but so far, so good. Now, alright, I don't want to ruin the pizzazz of the spinny boy here, so I'm going to try to just peek around the corner. Of course, now we need some mobs to come, though. I don't want the pet to go killing everything. There we go, there we go. Well, I want to see what an ogre does. Of course, now that I want to look at an ogre, we're not going to get a topside ogre. It looks like this is just going to shred. I mean, let me just chill in the middle. We'll look at the damage done here. The thing is these slice and dices do an enormous amount of damage. They're getting that buff from the rune. But additionally, they're on a buff beam by themselves. Yeah, this is no doubt going to shred. I mean, look at the damage numbers. This is crazy. It's done over 1 billion damage. A slice and dice did 1.5 billion in that one wave. That's crazy, crazy. That one did 2 billion. The traps are there mainly for the slow. Because remember, the slows stack. So an explosive trap, a runed explosive trap, of course, has that slow in the mix. Enemies are slowed by 30% and deal 30% reduced damage. That stacks with the ensnare are slow. So it makes everything really hit the brakes. Now, you could say, why not just use a gas trap or a root or whatever instead? And you could do that, but of course you're getting the added benefit of the explosive trap dishing out some damage. So it's, you know, it's a win-win. You get CC, damage reduction, and damage. The thing with the damage reduction, remember, is it buys you a little time in case, because that will apply to a kobold that's blowing up. So if a kobold comes out and you don't get it killed, Demonics with the bits, thank you so much. If a kobold comes out and you don't kill it, it's going to explode and do damage. So that will reduce the amount of kobold damage being done. Just Carzy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's get these bad boys jacked way up. I want to see what how much damage they did by the end of the wave. I mean, could it possibly hit 10 billion damage done? A slice and dice, for God's sakes. I mean, I don't expect them to do as much as a harpoon, but you got to look anyway, right? The harpoons just put in work. Now I've got the harpoon targeting set to special enemies. Oh, we have all been there before there in Northern Soul. There's no doubt everyone has done that at least once. I use just so many different heroes that I'm constantly building with the wrong hero. Thanks again there, Demonics. Appreciate it. Oh, this is definitely wrecking. I have no doubts this will hold 4-player with no problems at all. Well, you just have to tear the buff beams out. Yeah, just the buff beams. Place the buff beams down in order and put them on the RS first. And that remedies that problem. We've all been there, too. I mean, I'll do that at least once today on stream. Crap, and I keep forgetting to change my transmog on my summoner here. We'll do that when we get back out. .2. See, the problem is I got the explosive trap so close. These are just not getting an opportunity to do damage. 2.5 now. 4 billion. Yeah, so it's not going to hit 10 bill. Well, yeah, if you upgraded the beams, then depending on how strong the build is, you may have to just restart, you know? And we've all been there, too. My name the same in the game? It is indeed. Right, let's see, what do we want to hit? Get that one jacked. Yeah, I like to get this side upgraded first because, you know, during the boss I'm going to be fighting that side, so this side has to kind of run by itself. And then same thing here with the harpoons. Everything pointed that way I'm going to upgrade over something pointed this way just because this, you know, since I'm going to be over here fighting the boss anyway, this can be the weak side. That has to be the strong side because it's got to hold its own while I ignore it. We might actually be able to get away with not having this harpoon here either. Or I could have angled that harpoon so that it's covering 2 lanes. That probably would have been the better play. Let me see, is this even getting any action in? Yeah, it's putting in some work. 4 billion and change. This is a strong build, y'all. It's getting it. That, and it's just got the cool factor, because I mean, come on. If there wasn't Jin, there is no doubt in my mind I wouldn't try to spam these down lanes. Who doesn't like a big old spinny blade thing going on? That's just crazy, right? But since Jin are a thing, that makes that not as viable as a plan. I mean, depending on your power level, you might be able to get away with it. But remember, the Jin are just going to vacuum cleaner those things right up. But it looks like we took no damage, too. So we are killing the kobolds before they blow up. You could tell if you are, because your slice and dices will have taken some damage. Hit these one more time to get the full AFK going from that side of the map. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, you could put it up here. I just like having it there. That, and it provides a nice target. By putting a target up here, any ogres or range mobs or whatever that are going to throw at this, and they're not going to throw at me, because I may not be paying attention. We're going to have to do a little bit of kiting, I think, with the boss here. We'll see here. We'll let him get a little closer. Nah, we just got him. He's wrecked. Owned. Goblin Mech got the splody package to the face. Oh, man. Let's see if we got anything good here. Inspired Assault. Not what I'm looking for. Rate and range with no power. That's a big bust. Where's my bracers? They're buried in there somewhere. Is that them? Here they are. Power and fort. That's not great, but at least it has got super low rolls, too. I was going to say, at least it's got 2 tower stats on it. Alright, let's get on out of here, and we will load it up public and see how this holds in a 4-player group. But before I do that, I want to play around with my Transmog here. Summoner's Cloak. I don't know. Wow, there's lots of sliders here. Okay, that looks like it's for the top half. Is it? Oh, yeah. Or no, that's the whole cloak. That doesn't look great. What is this? That's that piece. Demonics, thanks again, man. I do appreciate you. Let's see. Let's make this green. Match the trim a little. And then which one is this? This is just the... Oh, it's the face and the accessories. We'll leave that one a little dark and gloomy. And then this one is the shoulder piece. Wow, man, they got the sliders really divided up on this one. That looks way too pink. I'm not trying to go for pink. I'm trying to go for red. Maybe there's another slider for that one. No, that's the trim there. That's the book. Jeez, man. Yeah, that's the trim around the face. And there's the trim there. So we want to go with a green here as well, I think. There we go. I like it. I like it. Well, normally I would put red in there for Christmas, but, you know, instinctively I want to go orange. Tell me how you get the Eternal Crystal Pet. You can't. It was a timed login reward back several months ago. I'm sure they'll do it again, but when they do it, you have to log in. All you had to do to get it was log into the game, but it was a limited period. Like I said, I'm sure they'll do it again, but you just have to catch it next time it comes around. Oh, can you color those wings? I didn't even check those. I'm wondering... just the... Yeah, it looks like you can. Huh. Good God. Let's give them some orange snowflakes. Now we look really stupid. I love it. Perfect. All right, let's do it, y'all. Feel free to hop in and join just right off the war table here, or off the browser. We are public. We're going to do a Wave 23 start, and let's see how this bad boy holds in a group. I'll do the trap and aura spawn camp next. I don't need to group, or I don't need to test that build. I know for sure it works. So we'll just jump right to that after we run this one a few times. I'd like to get at least 2 runs in just to, you know, test its viability. If you get it done once in a 4-player group, it could be a fluke. You do it multiple times in a 4-player group, you know it's legit. Get it as close as we can. No, this is certainly not a fast build. We're not going for speed, we're going for fun. This is nowhere near a fast build. This is a straight up slow as hell build. But like I said, that's not the intention here. The intention is to try stupid things and have a good time. And see what we can get away with. A fast build runs the map in 6 to 8 minutes. we're running what? We'll be 20 minutes on this, or 15 minutes, or something like that. I don't know. We'll check the time when it's over. It won't be. It certainly won't be quick, though. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to do Summit all day. The Day of the Dragon. It doesn't beat the map in 1 minute? Sorry, Aramir. Alright, did we get everything? Looks like we did. Just a poonage. Oops, that's not a reflect beam at all. You have 24 hours to complete Mass Summit. Oh, to get in on the runs you mean tomorrow. Alright, then what did we do? We did 2 and 2, right? I should have put him over just a touch over the other way. Makes it easier to get these reflects down. Here we go. And we'll slap a few upgrades on these guys. One on the trap, too, just for the charges. Haven't really thought about Summit yet. I like to kind of do it on the fly, let you all pick. We tried the ghost balls here yesterday. They kind of sucked. They're pro ace. They hit really hard, but they're very situational as far as what map. Well, I mean, there is no best map. It drops anywhere in Act 2. Your odds of getting it are the same. I know most people would hate this idea, but I personally would say Tornado Highlands. Because it has the most mobs. Which means you're going to be getting, even though the map runs slower, remember, it's not about how fast the map runs. It's about how many mobs you kill in an hour. So you, instead of looking at, like, how many times you run the map per hour, you want to look at how many mobs you kill per hour. Plasma balls on Summit? Well, I mean, they worked before then, the ball pit on the bottom. I can tell you, I mean, it's pure superstition. You guys know I'm a casino guy. I worked in casinos most of my life. I'm very, very superstitious. I personally think there's something suspect with Tornado Valley. I ran a lot of Tornado Valley trying to get that overdrive rune. And, like, I didn't see any runes. And, I mean, we're talking a lot of maps. Not, like, just 10. More like 60 or 80 or 100. I don't even know how many. But my superstition tells me that there's something suspect on Tornado Valley. Bill's probably laughing his ass off at me if he's watching today. But I don't know. It just seems weird. I'll also say that Act 2 and Act 5 seemed worse than any of the other acts. Seemed worse than 1, 3, and 4. Not just for me, but for other people that I've talked to. Act 2 and Act 5 were horrible. Going on there, Shadow Shot? How you doing? I dumped 5 divine into getting a corrupt righteous fire chest, please. finished up today, Shadow Shot, and trying to sell it for 30 divine. If so, it'll be my biggest sale yet in PoE. If it sells. One did sell this morning for 25. I know that for a fact. And there's one that's slightly better than the one I made that's up right now for 120. It's... Well, I mean, mine, most of the rolls are better on it, but that one has an additional +2. Earned about 12 divine in heist. Holy crap, man. I've earned all my currency this league from crafting. I've made a bunch of stuff. I made a bunch of RF scepters. I made several necks, RF necks, +2 necks. And I've made all of my money this league from selling craftables. Oh, I never put an explosive trap over here. Or no, it got sucked up. The Jinn did their thing. Or no, did I not put them? Looks like I didn't get buff beams up. I did something wacky here. I'm not seeing a buff beam on this lane. So I spent 3 DU extra somewhere. Not really sure what I did wrong. Unless there is a buff beam on one of these and I've just got it tucked in. I can't... Oh, there is a buff beam on that one. Okay, so yeah. Just a Jinn got me. So Jinn got the explosive trap and then, of course, pulled that buff beam along with it. So let's upgrade this and hope that the Jinn get wrecked. Just got your first godly drops. Congrats there, whoops. When you're just breaking into a tier, man, the upgrades are so extreme. It's such a wonderful thing. Oh, you'll get those in no time there, whoops, just from doing the grind. Once you get through the campaign and you start doing survivals, you will have that in literally no time at all. Now my robes look a little purple. Because I'm standing in the aura, maybe? I don't know. Let's go outside of the aura and see what it looks like. Nah, it still looks purple. We got some slow spawners rolling out here. Oh, it could be. The buff making the robes look purple. I wanted white robes with orange accessories and green trim, damn it. Don't be going all purple on me. Don't you be getting all purple now. Don't be spittering on me now. Gotta make sure I stay out of these copters. The copter explosion range can be quite deceiving. You can feel like you were really, really far away from them, and then it ends up blowing up. Mr. Goblin Mech getting packaged, huh? Yeah, man. 4 players. Solid, solid. Definitely working well. Ugh. Every time I see a weapon and it's got no vitality, it's just like a ugh. Such a bummer. None but junk. No runes, I don't think, either. Alright, let's try it one more time, just to make sure that wasn't a fluke. 13 minutes. That wasn't terrible. That wasn't a terrible clear time. I figured the first time took so long because I was kind of wondering what to do, you know? Port and rate. Nothing but junk. Nothing but junk. Keep forgetting where all these squires, where the squires are at here. DDA should reach out to Troy and do another crossover event. Well, I mean, the deal with crossover events is it's got to benefit both parties, right? I mean, the Terraria developers are Dungeon Defenders fans, but they would gain literally nothing from that. I mean, they didn't gain anything from the DD2 crossover either. You know? They did the DD2 crossover out of pure fandom. But they would gain nothing from that. So, I mean, I think it'd be cool as hell, but I don't think that the Terraria devs would get any benefit. And that would be the downside. Oh, that is 100% true. They would get zero benefit. That would be like me calling up XQC and saying, hey, dude, let's stream. I mean, XQC is going to gain nothing from it. You know? They can add a new boss without doing a crossover event. They don't need anyone's permission to add a new boss, you know? With the way when DD2, the crossover for DD2 was going, DD2 was still in development. It was still in early access. So no one knew how the game was going to turn out, you know? I tried it with Sips. You guys know Yogscast Sips? He kickstarted my YouTube channel so massively, and it shows you the power of what a big social media influencer can do for a little guy. He liked one of my Orcs Must Die tutorial videos. This is like, at the time, I think I had like 70 or 80 subscribers. My videos, like a good video, would get like 50 views. And he liked one of my videos. It instantly got like 10,000 views in the first day that he liked it. And I picked up like 1,000 subscribers. All just because Sips hit the like button. That's the power of the like button, y'all. And I saw in one of his Orcs Must Die videos, he was struggling a little bit with combo generation, which was the thing that I really shined at. So I made another combo tutorial video kind of specifically for him, and he liked that one as well. But then, of course, when I tried to get him to play a map or do a video or whatever with me, he's like, he didn't even respond, you know? All right. Let's see. Was it a fluke? Or is it a solid build? It's all about the gen. If the gen gets you... Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is they just didn't need, beat the boss in survival. There's no extra waves in mixed mode. Sorry, you're too easy to kill. I missed your comment. There's no extra waves in mixed mode. If you're talking about the bonus difficulty, you unlock that by beating the bosses, yeah. So to do like Lycan King bonus difficulty, you have to beat the Lycan King on mixed mode. I don't think they will. I mean, they might. I don't know. I don't know what their design thoughts are. But the problem with making mixed mode endless, like survival is it makes survival, they could remove it. It's no longer necessary to have it in the game. You know? So I would guess from a design perspective they won't, because they've already learned that lesson with Rifted mode and Fusion Gear. Once you get Rifted mode and Fusion Gear, there is no reason to ever play a non-Rifted map ever again. Well, if they had mixed mode endless, there would be no reason to play survival ever again. A video on the mill? Yeah. Once I get done with this live stream event, I'll be back to putting daily build videos out again. I mean, every day I'll have a different build video. Right now, doing the live stream event, remember, I'm trying to get edited content done as well, so it ends up consuming my entire day. Like between live streaming, recording, and then editing a video, and then making sure the wife doesn't dump me, that's 16 hours, you know? People don't realize the amount of time it takes to edit and record. It's considerable. And I do very light editing. There's people out there that only put one video out a month or one video out a week or whatever that has heavy editing, and people don't realize that video took them, you know, 200 hours or 100 hours or whatever to get edited. People don't realize the amount of time it takes to be married. Well, not necessarily to be married, but to stay married. Oh yeah. You gotta put the effort in. Because let me tell you, if you just get married and you disappear off to the game room every day, and your wife never sees you, at some point she's gonna invite the mailman in. You know what I'm saying? It's a rare drop from the victory chest on the Wild West map. It's the remake of this map. This is where you get the snakeskin chest. It's not an automatic drop, it's a rare drop. If you run the map 20 times, you're gonna get one. It might be a piece of shit, but you'll at least get one. The Liking King test is all about the test 3. 1 and 2 are super easy. Test 3, just it's trial and error, man. You're gonna lose it a bunch of times before you get it down. I think everybody did, other than the people that cheesed it. Well, you can't take your time on that one. It's a timed thing, so you'll run out of time if you take your time. So you got to go full aggression. But at the same note, you got to make sure you don't get walloped. You know. That's a holiday DLC pack from this year, Kendall. It's not a pet, it's just a pet skin. So it's a transmog. The pets I'm actually using are the penguins. What's going on there, Cryptic Gamer? How you doing today, man? Got you a nice striking gemstone. Very nice. I need to get... well, I mean, going to be doing Summit tomorrow. I definitely need to farm up some better ones. I don't have any good gemstones. I've got a whole ton of usable ones. Oh, crap. I got a whole lot of usable gemstones, but I've got no good ones. Like, nothing that's a high roll. Nothing that's even a moderately high roll. If you already are the mailman, well, I am not the mailman, Ice Dragon. Just relaxing from the holidays. Nice, nice. Nothing wrong with that. I need to get a little of that going on at some point here. I promised Chromatic I would do this stream event every day. So I haven't gotten a whole lot of holiday chillaxation time in yet. Speaking of, since I promised Chromatic I was streaming every day, they promised me a bunch of giveaway codes for you all. So, exclamation giveaway in chat. That giveaway is going to run until the evening of January 1st. So make sure you get entered in, y'all. Exclamation giveaway in chat will get you a link. The concept art for it. I haven't seen any concept art for it. Where'd you see concept art for it? The boss isn't huge at all. Augie posted a picture of the boss. We got an ogre sneaking. Oh, the Poons got him. Go, Poons, go. No, they didn't get him yet. Ogre on the sneak move. Yeah, Augie posted a picture of the boss on the map, but he scribbled out the boss. It was quite small. Now, of course, that was a work in progress. It wasn't the finished product. Oh, well, it's got a peek of the map. That's not the boss, though. I thought you were talking about an image of the boss itself. Everything besides the DD1 pets. The DD1 pets are PC only, but everything else is for any platform. The DD1 pets are actually a physical item that I have to trade to you. All the other stuff is a code, so you can use the codes on any platform. Don't die, Ghostman Ryan. That's one of the options in that giveaway, Obi-Wan. It's a Juicy Fruit event pet. It functions as a Huntress event guardian. So it's a tower booster, a defense rate tower booster. But yeah, you win the giveaway. You can just choose DD1 pet. Right, what's in the box? Boo! Boo! Where's the bracer? There it is. More boo! Slightly not Danny with the sub. Thank you so much, Danny. What is up? What is up? Alright, so the next one, I don't need to do a test build on because I already know it works. But I do need to see if I got any Infernos set up. Let me see. Good enough. Is fused Infernos, right? Yep, sure is. So someone was saying, how do you use an Inferno trap? And then asking about spawn kills. Beard Stain, what's up, man? How you been? So anyway, this traps and auras will wreck every map in the game. There's one thing with them that you got to pay attention. And that is ogres are going to sneak through. So you're going to have to DPS ogres. And that's just life. But yeah, we'll do trap and aura only. So we got an ensnare aura, an electric aura. We got an explosive trap. We got a gas trap. And then we got the lovely Inferno. We're going to throw all that on a buff beam. The buff beam should be hitting 3 towers, so we still get a benefit. Yep, 189%. With the summoner, do you really need to DPS? Well, I mean, why would you not? You don't want to do package delivery? Their sense? I mean, come on, man. You know, I screwed up here by not upgrading first. I usually throw the buff beams down last so that I can get upgrades off. Put the gas trap back. Of course, if you're doing this build solo, then don't put gas traps down. Use whatever else. But if you run the build solo, it doesn't need gas traps, and it really slows the map down. And then ensnare electric. Now the other thing is with trap and aura spawns, or trap and aura builds, is you always have to put something in to kill Jinn. So we're gonna have to add something to kill Jinn in on top of all this. Getting 2 upgrades on everything. And we're throwing a buff down. We need to get this side jacked. Buff beam. And then I'm going to just throw down some bees, or wisps, pardon me. Just to make life truly, truly dull. So I usually just throw the roots down there, and then you got to make sure your wisps are set on special enemy targeting, which they are. And then Jinn are the top of the list for special enemy targeting. So these wisps are all going to go after Jinn. You know, obviously Jin will ruin the day. Quite quickly, in fact. I put too many down. We'll go with that. Ooh. I can't put this buff beam on him. You know what? Let's do this. We'll only go 6. Shit, I'm gonna have to separate them a little. They're just too close together. We'll give these a buff beam. Trying to put the buff beam as far to the outside as I can. And then we'll put 3 more way over here. So let's move that one up. We'll give it its own buff beam. And then we're going to go 2 DU across the way here. Just to protect it all, because any Ogre spawn up at the top lane will throw at that. And then that's going to leave us 4 left. So I'm going to put just a little hidey hole for the homies. That way the homies can kick back and relax here if they want. And then we'll just dump the rest here. Well, they're going to target the copters anyway. The main priority is the Jin. If you go for air, then they target the air enemies first. Jin are not an air enemy. Even though they're flying, the stuff is not going to them. Air is flyers, is wyvern and copters. It has to spawn out of a flyer lane for it to be a flyer. Yeah, I'm not sure who put that together, but that's not the information that Chromatic gave me. The problem with spreadsheets is they've got a lot of bad info on them. So, unless something that Chromatic doesn't know, Jin are at the top for special enemy targeting, 100%. Yeah, I would guess it's probably wrong then. I mean, I don't know. But that's not what I was told when I asked. Because I did ask. So my info comes directly from Chromatic, always. But, yeah, I mean, if that's right, then that's a viable choice. But I'm going to use special just because I know 100% that is correct. There's a whole lot of spreadsheets running around, and I haven't seen one that's 100% accurate yet. So you have to, you know, those are a good base to look at, but unless it's data mined info, it's not going to be 100%. A rune that gives them minus damage but splits their shot into 3. Then you would call it a plasma defense system, their old Northern Soul. I mean, a DST that doesn't hit as hard, and I mean, it would be slightly better than a plasma defense system because it would shoot through walls. But that's basically what that would be. Well, mixed mode is where you go for all loot. Game Casino. Everything that drops in survival drops in mixed mode. And the loot quality is always higher in mixed mode, so mixed mode for all loot. Every piece of loot in the game. It's basically survival mode with a 6% loot multiplier. So it's the exact same loot, but it has a 6% bonus on it. Oh, God, man. Squishy, squishy. All I gotta do is look at it and I get wrecked. Not sure what got me. But, I mean, this just holds. It just holds. Traps and auras are just beast, y'all. They're just absolutely beast. I don't even think I put the Inferno rune in. Obviously, they would do better with the Inferno trap rune, but I'm not positive I've got it in. Let me look at that real quick. Alright, it's in there. So we good. And then, of course, the downside with trap and aura builds, besides having to pay attention to ogres, is their maintenance hassle. You do have to make sure to keep them repaired or you'll end up losing it. If you lose one of them, of course, you lose the buff beam too. And then you're doubly screwed. Doubly screwed. The Kraken. Oh yeah, that's a good map. It's one of my favorite maps from DD1. Here's an option for random map Obi-Wan. You just gotta close your eyes and click. Well, no enemies are considered special. It's just a targeting priority list. No enemies are considered strong. It's a target priority list. So it doesn't work that way. Ogres are like, I want to say like 5th or 6th or something on the target priority list for special. And that would put them at like 8th on air. And then strong is based off of what's there. It's based off of the enemy's max health. So, I mean, if Ogre was there, then yeah, it would probably be considered strong. But no enemies are tagged special, fodder, or strong. It's the list that it goes down itself. Like special gen is at the top of the list. So no matter what, if there's a gen floating here and there's an ogre here, the gen is going to get hit first, no matter what. And then builds using this percent damage on repair and percent damage on upgrade are real good with trap and aura builds, because you basically get 100% uptime on that stuff, because you're always going to be running back and repairing them every couple of minutes or whatever, you know? And then the only other thing, really, that you need to watch for on a build like this is a Jin buffed mage. A Jin buffed mage, of course, is not going to be CC'd at all, so it's just going to run right through this and start shooting at the core. Now, of course, reflect beams around the core would resolve that issue. I generally will just try to keep an eye out for him every now and then. You'll see him marching down the lane on the mini-map, or on the tac map. So that's generally the route I usually take. every 20 or 30 seconds or so. I'll just pop it open and look for it. Copter ogres you see are coming down. However, copter ogres don't hit cores, so they're on ignore because we got no towers down here to be destroyed. So copter ogres are straight up on ignore. It's definitely against terms of service. I don't know if Chromatic would do any sort of enforcement, but yeah, data mining would definitely be against any game's terms of service. I think mainly it boils down to how they handle it. If someone's a complete douchebag and they're an asshole and they communicate poorly and are rude in the Discord server, that's a data miner, they're more than likely to get banned. If someone's not a cocky asshole and they just share some information and they're not a douchebag, then yeah, they probably won't get banned. I think it would boil down to that. But, I mean, it is against terms of service. That's Steam's terms of service and Xbox and Sony's terms of service, since it wouldn't be right in the game's terms of service. Alright, let's go ahead and make a fresh group. That way we can get anybody else in that wants in. Yeah, they're still not... They're fixed now, but they're still not good. You don't get the full damage that it shows. I can show you what I mean. Either that, or it's like basing the buff off of like the tower's base damage or something. I got my rogue set up with it. So if you look on the sheet, I should have 179% damage on repair. But when I actually test it, I only get about 25%. So I'm assuming it's either still bugged and not right, or that it's off of like base, it's working off of like base damage or something. Now the time works right now, so it does stack the time. So like with that in mind, I'm gonna get 16.6 seconds there, 18.19 seconds there, 15.79 seconds there, etc. Those all add together. But as far as the actual buff amount, it's not working right. Either that, or it's based off of the base damage of the defense. It would be super useful if it was functioning. It would be crazy useful, particularly for, you know, the snoozer builds. Alright, what we want to do next. So we did traps. What other odd builds would we want to try? What do you guys think? What you think? What you think? Yesterday we did magic missiles and flame burst, and it's incredibly good. Anyone that missed that, check out the stream from yesterday. Well, I mean, spiders are a good addition to anything. Spiders you wouldn't use as a main defense. A full summoner build? Well, I mean, you still gotta use Zara's. You still have to have support, but I can go all summoner damaging towers. For sure. Proton beam's kind of a meme there, Anthony. As long as Jinn are in the game, proton beams are not something you use. Jinn, go right to proton beams. You can boost 4 defenses without losing. So, for example, if I put 1 wisp, right now, with nothing on it, it's at 65% boosted damage. If I put 1 wisp on it, that takes it to 315%. If I put 2 wisps on it, that takes it to 252%. 3 wisps takes it to 189%. And then 4 wisps, 126.8%. If we went with that 5th wisp, it takes us down below what we would be without it. So you start getting negatives here. Now, if you kept adding them, say you used the wrong buff beam by mistake on a big wisp stack and you had a bunch of wisps spammed here, you can get yourself in real trouble. Negative 377% damage. Yeah, that's a problem. But basically, it's the more defenses on the buff beam, the lower it gets. Without anything there, though. Oops, wait a minute, let's see. Oh, it looks like it's bugged, huh? What happens if I put something on it now? Alright. Weird. I think that's probably just a tooltip error. But, so what was it again? We're gonna have to replace it. So 65.86%. If we had 5 defenses on it, we're at 63.86. So with 5 defenses, we start losing. If you do go through and do the math, the best damage per DU spent is going to be having 2 towers on it. For every tower in the game, pretty much. This is I went through and did a big spreadsheet on it and did all the math through it all. So, the most damage per DU is 2 towers. And of course, if you want to do something for memes, then you only put 1 and make it just ridiculously powerful. Alright, where were we? What are we going to do? We did the magic missiles. Oh, you guys said summoner. Let's see. Let's get some spiders. Let's get some sirens. I mean, it's gonna shred, y'all. I'll queue it up solo, just for a proof run, just to make sure it works. But yeah, it's gonna shred. Just saying. It's gonna shred. So we do the usual. Give it a buff beam. Oops. Bring those over to the center. Right, that leaves us 58 left. What do we got? We got sirens, spiders, and archers. Well, here, why don't we do just that? We'll do siren, spider, archer. Gonna be a little sketch on the reflect beams on this because I put them so far back, I think. Let's do it like this. And you say better to have 4 towers on a buff beam with any overdrive than... Oh, I don't know. I'm only going off max numbers. The spreadsheet he did is based off of 8 out of 8s. Less than 8 out of 8s, I haven't done the math on. The answer to a less than 8 out of 8 is get back to grinding. Because you don't have the good one yet. That is always the answer to less 8 out of 8s. So I have no idea what the less than 8 out of 8 numbers are. Let's see. What are we going to have enough to do? If we put 2... See, that's 20. Let's go with an archer there. An archer there. So that's 369. That would leave me 7. That's too much DU left. That's alright. And then... well, we can actually throw like a explosive or something in the middle just to help with the spiders. Or do we want a gas trap? Let's throw a gas trap up here. And we can pretty much ignore that lane. No, they only heal towers. Traps and auras don't take damage, so they only heal things with a health bar. Traps and auras have a number of charges they use. But they don't have a health bar. So, I mean, as far as the game's concerned, they just don't take damage, you know? Alright, let's see how it does. Oh, it's standing on the spider. I was like, what is causing my camera to wig out like that? It's standing on the spider that's making me do that. I mean, I'm pretty confident this is going to just completely shred. I haven't even looked behind me to see what's going on. All of the... same thing with Warden defenses. Standing on beaming blossoms. You know, all of this, the sirens, it changes your camera view. Oh, you know what? I didn't check my targeting on any of these either. The archer isn't shooting because nothing's in range yet. He's shooting a couple shots off. But stuff's got to come into range for the archer to bother, you know. The Siren has incredible range. Well, no, it's not that it's that small. It's just that the Sirens is so big. No, there's only one defense you would ever want to consider that, Johan, and that's the Lightning Tower. The Lightning Tower scales differently than just about every defense in the game with range. But every other defense in the game You will never, ever want to put points into range. I mean, the good part about it is you can take the points out and put them in freely, so you can just check your DPS, you know? Pull 100 points out of power and put it into range and see if the number goes up or down. But in Massacre gear, you want range on every piece of gear, but then you'll never upgrade it. Except for LTs. You might want to consider it then. Alright, let's let it keep shredding. I'm curious to look at the damage done. I'm wondering what's going to be on top. Is the Siren's going to be on top, or is the Spiders going to be on top? Because remember, the Spiders are an AoE as well, and I still... Well, yeah, Well, if I said range, I meant rate. You never put rate... You never put anything into rate, ever. It's exactly what I just said, but if I said range, then I misspoke. I was referring to rate. Power, range, and rate on every piece of gear, only upgrade power. Boom. Done. Your Dungeon Defender's experience is now complete. Except LTs. LTs you want to look at. Well, Spiders have longer range, and it's got that AoE splash, and it's got that poison dot. So, I mean, there is a good chance that Spiders could be winning. Let's see. No, probably not. 1.1. 1.5. It's close. 1.6. I think the issue there is the projectile speed is so slow. I think a lot of the shots are just going into the floor. Not hitting anything. The enemy's dying before the webs get there. Well, I gotta remember too, the Spiders are doubling their damage as well. Solo, you shouldn't have to repair traps. I mean, they're gonna get low, but that's what? That's 2 waves already. But generally speaking, solo, you'll last. Just don't have the mob count. Let's take a look at this side. Yeah, that one wasn't down far at all. This one actually looks like it probably would have lost in the last wave. But, I mean, that's been sitting there since the beginning of the run, untouched. That's probably the real prize, though. What did those do? 5 billion. All the little skeletons and everything, with all the overkill going into them. Nothing's gonna hang with that. Plus the range on explosive traps is pretty ridiculous. That's map wide, damn near. Figure that explosive trap range is going all the way to right here as far as the damage. And then on this side, looks like it's coming all the way over to right here. So that explosion trap going off is hitting an enemy over here. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. So good. Wait, what makes them so ridiculous with a striking, too? You can sit on an explosive trap in the middle here on a striking, and one will cover this whole map. I mean, obviously, something's got to get into trigger range to set it off. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. This is just wrecking. I'd say Siren, Spiders, Archers, they're all going to be a win. Now, to be fully honest there as well, right now we know we have power creep. So we're extremely powerful right now, so you can get away with most things on most maps. No, the chaining is based off of the targeting label, not the damage range. So, like, for explosive traps to chain, the targeting labels would have to be over here. Now, the real test, I should have done it without traps and auras. I mean, with traps and auras, you can make anything work. What do you guys think? Should I try it again without traps and auras? Because we could literally put anything in the middle here with traps and auras, and anything is going to work. Can't help but notice the lack of ogres. There's an ogre right there. All right, let me retry another one. We won't use any explosive traps or electric auras because they're putting in massive work. Let's be honest here. Let's wreck this dude's face real quick. Just wreck this dude's face real quick. Have you noticed the air targeting, Aramir? Because I was told by someone at Chromatic that wyverns and copters come before Jinn, and Jinn are at the top of the special enemy targeting list. Have you noticed, or is air targeting hitting Jinn before wyverns? I mean, it could be. I've never tested it specifically. I just going off what they said. It's wyverns and copters first. See, that's what I was told by a Chromatic. But I never tested it to actually see for sure. Alright, so we're going to just chalk that up to auras and traps, y'all. That wasn't a fair shake for the minions. I'll be the first to admit it. So let's check our targeting. I'm assuming it's all on special right now. Hey, Sirens are actually on strong. We want those on special. Archers, we can put on strong. And then spiders, I generally put on air. Let me make sure that held for all of them. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you just spam PDS, you're not going to notice. Well, that's just too easy there, Video Maniac. You'd put, since you'd only be able to use buff beams or PDS, you would put down one from everybody. And then spam the middle of the map with LTs. And put them on a buff beam. It's a win. That's not a challenge at all. Oh, see, I finally get it. That's the one I want. I don't want attack rate. But no vitality. It's instant trash. Throw it right in the dumpster. But Protean Cannon Mark II is what I'm looking for, and it's so damn rare, man. So crazy rare. All right, let's do this one again real quick. I'll open it up and we'll give it the 4-player test here, but let's do this one more time, and we won't use any damaging traps or auras. So we still have to use CC, of course, but we won't put any damage out there. Yeah, air for PDS for sure. Absolutely. I mean, that's what the tower was designed for, you know? It just, the problem with PDS and the reason people are spamming them so much is because it came such an incredible lane clear. That wasn't necessarily the intention. It was supposed to be a flyer defense, you know? But the lane clear on it was so ridiculously good that, boom, that's what we got. Alright, now do we go full throttle here and use ogres too? What do you guys think? Ogres or no ogres? What's the verdict? Ogres or no ogres? Whoops says ogres. Anyone else? Anyone else? Kobold ogre for the win? Alright, alright. Ogres it is. So let's go, we'll put an ogre, stay right there. And then this was Sirens, right? Yep. Let's go, how do we want to do it? Let's go two Sirens, 2 spiders. I don't know that. I don't think the spiders will actually land any shots over here. I think the feeling is it's going to arc into the ceiling. All right, and then we'll give them a buff beam. We'll give the homie a buff beam, and then we're going to need some reflects. Go like that. And then like that. I like it. I like it. Let's see. We'll go Ogreliciousness right here. I think I want to put him out a little further. We'll go Ogre there. Let's move this one up just a tickle more. Give him the buff beam. That leaves me 36. Now remember, all minions are 360 degrees too, so you can do whatever you want. Sniper cannon and ogres have the same range scaling. Holy shitballs, gotta love that, right? So let's see, let's go... Well, what are we gonna have enough DU for? Can we go... 1, 2, 3... And then go... One, two... 1, 2... That's not gonna work. Let's go, 1, 2, 3. That's not gonna work either. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, it will. It'll only give me 1 reflect beam. Shoot! Did I accidentally build one of these with 2? Please say yes. I did. Yay! All right, so that will give us the 2 we need, and then we'll go. And then that will leave. We'll have 3. Oh, I screwed something up. There's where I screwed up. And then 2 left. So we'll get 1 reflect there, 1 reflect here. Now, there's still going to be sneaky kobolds that can get a shot in, but I just don't know what, like, an ogre comes from this lane, he could throw right at those sirens, if he really wanted to. I think the answer there is to get rid of these spiders and put like one archer instead. What do you guys think? Feel like somebody forgot to add the textures to the summoner towers. I hear you, man. It's the same way with DD1. These are definitely themed from DD1, you know? I mean, a better build is going to be no spiders there. We'll say go with an archer instead, and then that's going to give us 4 DU. Which we could go... That is not at all the right character. We could go... How would we want to go? We could go 1... Actually, you know what? We could do the full enchilada. There, I think that would cover it. I think that's a better build. Oh no, my connection's going shitty again. How could this be 2 days in a row? Alright, it bounced back. That was a fluke. Thank God. I was like, good lord, I just looked over and I saw a yellow bar on OBS where it should always be green, you know? Alright, let's let him fly. Go, go, ogres, go. Hopefully that was a fluke. It looks like it was a fluke. It bounced right back into the green bar right away, so... Any of y'all playing Path of Exile this league, you guys can just come see me if you want a loan. If this chess piece I made this morning sells, because, oh man, I'm going to be rich. Rich from my perspective, of course. Nowhere near anything compared to what some people end up having in the game. I crafted a chess piece this morning that came out. Oh, Beardstain, dude. You know the... Uh-oh, core was damaged. Dark Elf Archer. Alright, alright. Oh no! What's going on? What's going on? Oh, it's the sides. So we're gonna need to put reflex here. You know the chess piece that you use for RF? I can't remember the name of it. The unique chess piece, the one with the mad armor on it, and makes it so you can't take critical damage. I corrupted one of those and got the +2 to trap damage. And then... No, not the Belly of the Beast. I can't remember the damn name of it. But then on top of it, I got the rolls with to get the 3 red and 3 green 6-link gems. There was another one up that was 120 divine is what it was listed for, but theirs had +2 traps and it had +2 duration. No, that's not off colors. That's the colors you want. Because end game, you switch your traps to your chest. So you want 3 red, 3 green. That's the Pox colors. So of course, since Pox recommends it, that's what everybody uses. Now that's for late game, but I mean, early games, nobody's going to have that much divine to spend. But yeah, anyway, it's got the correct colors, 6 links, the +2 to trap sockets. Well, I had to spend for that. That was the easy part, to be honest, getting the gem colors. I see what you mean. I thought you meant off colors as far as the gems you wanted. it was easy to get those because that chest is so dominant reds. The only requirement on it is strength. So I did one roll on the crafting bench for 3 greens with the, what was it, 125 chromatics and 125 vowels, or 250, whatever it was. It only took one roll and I got it. So that one was the easy part. Well, I forgot to spend 1 DU, so we got 1 up right there. And I know what I'm going to do for another. I'm just going to put this ogre out to... Put the ogre out to pasture. We'll fix this build here. That night, to be honest, I don't think the gas traps are necessary. Alright, so this is what we'll do to fix it. And then I think it'll make it 4-player viable. We'll say, screw you, Ogre. You got 1,000,000 health anyway, so we don't care if you take a little damage. And we'll do 1 DU here. And then... we'll do the one there and the one here to protect the back door here. We got the back door blues, y'all. Anyway, so the moral of the story there with my successful chest crafting this morning is, if that bad boy sells tonight, I am going right to Ice Totem, Hierophant, getting them leveled up, and that's what I'm going to be using for boss killing and for Sanctum for the rest of the season, or the rest of the league. I mean, on that note, I guess we could have left this ogre out high and dry too. The thing is I don't want kobolds exploding right here because it's so close to these. Well, let's see if that does a little better. It should remedy that issue with the archers, though. I've gotten incredibly lucky this league. I mean, let's be honest here. I'm a very casual PoE player. Beardstain with the sub, thank you so much. I'm a super casual PoE player. But this league, I have had incredible luck. Just going through the campaign on my very first character, I had 2 divines laying on the ground just from going through my very first playthrough. Well, I ended up now I've got my main. Well, that's the problem. My DD luck never comes. But now I've got I've got my Spinny Boy main, my Fire Cyclone, which he's turning into a bit of a bummer. Sadly, I picked a bum class, so I'm not really sure how to repurpose him at all. Then I went with RF that I fell in love with. He's like level 93 or 95 now, something like that. Then I made a Trapper, and now I'm working on a Totem guy. But now, with all those characters, natural drops on the ground, I found 7 divine. 7 divine. And then I've just had really good luck with rare drops. Yesterday I did my first 4-way, that way I could unlock the 5-way map device. I did it solo. And I ended up finding 2 jewels that were each worth over 2 divine. So I sold both of them for 2 divine, and they sold instantly. So I've just been incredibly, incredibly lucky. That chess piece I have about, I want to say I've got like 5 or 6 divine dumped into it. But I've got it listed right now for 50. So if it actually sells for that, I'll, obviously it will have made all the money back. The build that uses its Sirius' favor, I can repurpose that Fire Cyclone into. Alright. Is it the one that you sent to me back at the very beginning of the league? I was gonna do a Flicker Strike Berserker, and then I just realized it's just such a bad idea. But yeah, definitely send it to me. I mean, I would love to get me a spin to win build going. Yeah, I had an issue until about 6 p.m. yesterday, and then it was corrected. I called them twice. They're really, I mean, the service I've got is generally really, really good, and the people are super easy to get along with. Like, it's a small off-brand fiber company here in northern Washington. Thanks for subscribing, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. So it's tough to really complain to them because they're like real down-to-earth, regular people. You're not getting an answering service. You're getting someone sitting at a desk in their office when you call. You know? And, I mean, the service generally has been overall good, so it's tough to get really upset with them. But when there is a problem, it is always at the worst possible time. It's like 100% when I'm live streaming, when I'm about to go live, when I'm uploading a video that's a big program or a big video editing process or something. It's never at 4 in the morning when I'm about to go to bed. He's a berserker, Shadow Shot. He's not a slayer. That's the problem that I'm having repurposing him. It's a Zerker. I wish I wouldn't have went with the build. I mean, it was fun going through the game and, like, going through the Atlas, like the bottom half of the Atlas. It was super fun to use. Get wrecked, Siren. The problem with this build is we got nothing doing damage up here. I mean, you could throw like a Siren up here on its own buff beam, a Siren here on its own buff beam. Actually, that may be the thing to do, to be honest. You put a Siren here on its own buff beam, it's going to be dishing out serious pain. And then you could put one here. One here, one here. I think we'll queue it up public, and I'll just try it. I'll try my own build, and if it fails, we'll rerun it. If the choke is real, we will rerun it. Oh, you gotta love the presents, man. I mean, I'm gonna be hard-pressed to use another pet. Just because I love these. I absolutely love that exploding presents flying everywhere. If you find something really incredible, Kisama, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't saved any of them. I've been trashing all of them. But if you do find something that's a really incredible roll, I would probably say save it just in case. But I personally haven't. I mean, I don't even look at them. I just spam sell right through all of them. In fact, I should just take them off my loot filter. Or start looking at them. One of the two. This pet is just a transmog. The pet I'm using is the penguin pet from the Christmas map that just got added in. But this was the holiday DLC transmog, these little nutcrackers. Haven't queued it up yet. I tried a different build first, and I'm actually going to queue it up public here in just a moment. I'm going to do something even a little more different than this. I don't like the fact that we got archers walking in down on the sides here. You see the Cortex shots? So I'm going to do a build with a solo Siren on its own buff beam up here. Or maybe I'll do Siren and Spider. Do Siren Spider here, Siren Spider here. Anyway, gonna mix it up, but I'll be queuing it up here in a minute. Yeah, definitely, Beardstain. By all means, I need I've got nowhere near... I've got like 5 friends in PoE. I know a ton of people that play, but I've been too casual. This league, I've really gotten into the game. I've been having an absolute blast. Can't turn it off, in fact. I've just been playing it nonstop. It's really been interrupting my pet grind. You and I thought were already on a list there together, Shadowshot. Or did you delete me? Shadowshot booted me. Your Bane is 94? Nice. What does the rune for... There's no rune for Sirens yet. That's one of the ones we're missing. Huh. Why, that's odd. I don't see why we wouldn't have been. But yeah, man. Well, it's the holiday season too, Sins. A lot of that has been sitting AFK. Lots of, you know, go do this with the fam, do that with the fam, and just leave the game running. That explains why you couldn't remember what it did. That explains exactly why you couldn't remember. Exile bags. If it continues for another week, I'll have to change my name on Discord for a minute. Oh, shit. I just turned my buff off, not turning it on. Now I gotta wait for it. Go, buff, go. Time to deliver the packages. Gonna have to do some kiting here. I let him get way down here. Don't be doing your little spinning stuff on me, mister. Uh-oh. Come on, turn around, turn around. Don't be killing Mr. Ogre. He don't need you. He don't need your abuse. Or we'll just wreck him. And the Ogre didn't even take one shot. Yeah, Ogre lives. Ogre lives. Bracers are poo. Therian marksman with damage and no vitality. Someone please tell Phil WTF. Target priority for pets? That would be pretty awesome. The problem is bosses aren't in the target priority. They're not in the strong target priority list either. Well, they're in it, but they're not at the top of it because they're considered, you know, they're not at the top of the list. I don't even know where those fall. Phil told... That was Phil's exact words to me when I was asking him about target priorities. He said that strong goes by maximum health except bosses. He didn't go into further details. But he said maximum health except bosses. Oh, nice shadow shot. Very nice, very nice. I do appreciate it. I would love to get my spinny action going. Such a bummer, man. Getting the percent damage on there and the no vitality. I mean, it's not a gun that I would really be using. Except maybe on a Huntress. For big one-shots. Alright. So here's what we're going to do, y'all. I need some coffee. Maybe they can add a new option specifically for bosses. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I don't know what Phil's thoughts are on that, but I personally wouldn't be against that at all. Let's burn some of the trash off here real quick, and we'll queue them up publicly. I am going to change the build a little, so it'll be an experimentation build on the fly. So we'll need a little help. We'll need a little help. Keep that stuff for now. Anyway, give me just a minute. I need to make another coffee real quick and use the little boy's room. And I will be right back in just a few minutes. Alright, I am back. Does DDA reviews still say mixed? I would assume so. It's going to take a whole lot of reviews to bring them back into the positive state. Now, speaking of, while I was making coffee here, speaking of tower targeting, and you know, like someone suggested, or Tim suggested, add in a new option for bosses first. You know what I really want? I want an option for closest. The problem with the build I've got in mind right now is going to be skeletons. But let's do it. We're going to try it, but I'm very worried about skeletons. So we're public in Lycan King difficulty. Most tower defense games have an option for closest. You know? Alright, so what I've got in mind here is we're going to go a Super Siren here. Actually, let's put them up here. That way we can avoid line of sight from that. We'll put a Super Siren. This one can go back further. Right there. We'll put one here. And then we'll put one up here, up a little bit further too, to avoid some of the line of sight from that side. Now, the reason I say Super Siren is because they're going to be on their own buff beam. And let's see what kind of craziness they're going to do. Let's see. 6 million. So 6 million AoE splash DPS, which is actually almost 13 million, because remember, it's double damage because it's fusion. Bloons Tower Defense 6, I mean, let's just be honest. All tower defense games should take from Bloons games. They're just incredible tower defense games. Dark Pulse, thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome. They're just really, really great tower defense games. They just are. Every game could do better. Every tower defense game could do better from taking from Bloons. Just all there is to it. So I put them up far. You know what, let's bring them back a little. That one's up a little bit too far. Let's bring them back to here. Now, like I said, with those sirens, I'm very worried. I'm worried about the skellies. We'll go and ensnare there. We'll go and ensnare like right there. What is that leaving us? 51. We'll go with an ensnare there. Now I want super ogres as well, so we'll give them their own buff beams. We're going to need reflex, but what else does that leave me? We could go... Let's go Siren. And 2 archers here. Give those their own buff beam. We'll turn him into a super homie. Then I think we might be able to get away with just this. Let me make it as wide as possible. Not positive, but we might be able to get away with just that from side stuff thrown at him. Okay, and then we're going to need, what? We're going to need a reflect here. And here. And then we're going to need a reflect here. And here. I'm eating the DU up real quick here. Oh, man. Got banned on TD6 account because it got hacked and flagged. Oh, no. Now, this does leave back doors open. So an ogre that decided to throw from over here at that Siren could hit that Siren. But that only leaves me 18 left. That's not exactly an abundance. So what do? We want some spiders. Maybe we just go one stack in the middle. We'll go Siren. Spider. That work? We'll give him a buff. We can actually just do this. No, we can't because I put him too close. That actually works out. We can still give them the front side protection versus the ogres. The ogres are going to be slinging kobolds at them. Alright. My worry is skellies. I just feel like skeletons are just going to res and just beat these down. So I want to upgrade this stuff, I think, over everything else. Just because of that skelly issue. Oh, you will be there in no time, Whoops. Just don't keep it unless it's perfect. So if it doesn't have all 4 stats and good passives, just don't keep it. And you'll be at level 90 in no time, man. I actually debated on doing some power leveling days through this little holiday event. Not just for newer players, but also for alts. You know, give people an opportunity to power level 5 or 6 characters in a deck. Alright. Let's... Ooh, wrong... Oh, that was almost a big derp. Wrong summoner. Let's see if it'll hold. Gonna need those Sirens to really put work in. We got Aramir, we got Kasser, and we got Exostomp. We got all the beast mode going on in here. Getting you dizzy? Why are those ogres not throwing kobolds? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, what the hell, man? You know, I should put these ogres... I'm not sure if target priority works on ogres for kobolds. This is going way too smooth, y'all. Wow. My initial thought for the Skelly issues was to throw a flamethrower behind the Siren, and then that would just roast any Skellies that came rolling up. I'm almost curious if Ogre spam with some spider support would be enough. Yeah, Sirens grant, I think it's just damage resistance right now. Sirens now are more of a threat to them attacking your defenses than they are what they do to the packs. Their buff got nerfed into the ground. Poor Sirens. Started a couple days ago and focused on Monk Warden Overclock. I've read some stuff that no longer really works. But right now I'm doing Nightmare Rifted, which is going fine. Those will work most of the way through the game, Lotso. The plasma defense system is really, really good, but it's not like an every map go-to sort of thing. Because it doesn't shoot through walls, so it requires line of sight. But it is really, really good. But you're going to be able to get all the way through to just getting started on the end game using the builds that you're doing now. Without a doubt. So keep doing what you're doing. Make sure that you're leveling 6 heroes, though, Lotso. Keep your deck full. That way you get all those nice, juicy XP levels. Yeah, I mean, you can use... That's one of the other things that the game has right now, really, is it has some power creep issues. You can really use just about anything you want to get through the, like, almost all of the game's content. And then you'll get to end game and you'll start thinking about speed runs or AFK runs or whatever to maximize your grind time. That would be cool as hell, Obi-Wan. Would be cool as hell. You miss the AFK runs? The majority of my playtime now is AFK time, to be honest. When I'm not streaming or like playing around with weird builds or whatever, the majority of the time that I get to play DDA right now is when I've got like Netflix and chill time. And I set AFK maps up and watch some Netflix. That's a pretty good base. That's a pretty good base for sure. There, Lotso. Well, now for me, it's a matter of min-maxing and fine-tuning. I mean, there's people that are closer to min-max than others, but I mean, I'm nowhere near being min-maxed on any character. The Warden walls are really, really good for slow stacking. The wall itself is a shitty wall, but it has some amazing utility with it with the rune, because the slow from the Warden's root also stacks with like ensnarers and explosive traps. So you can really make a group of mobs hit the brakes big time. So that's where the Warden wall kind of shines. As a wall, it's not great. But using it for its utility, it's quite good. Definitely S tier. Once you get that rune. I mean, having a Warden root right here could very easily just make everything that comes out of here moving in super slow motion, because the snare and the Warden root would stack. That Copter Ogre got a little uncomfortably close, but that Ogre was going to just bitch slap him like there's no tomorrow. So I wasn't too worried. Put a bunch of people in cages. Well, I mean, they're good cages, though, Matthew. They are good cages. I'll show you all if I remember to. I want to do one more run with this build after, just to make sure it's not a fluke. But if I remember, I'll show you guys what I strongly suggest for an end game player that wants to maximize and how they can really utilize their Warden. Little Spooter loving here. Keeps accidentally going into Overlord mode. Oopsies. These ogres, man, they dish out the pain. 18 billion damage done, y'all. 18 billion damage done. Versus, say, a spider that's firing constantly. 4 billion damage done. Ogre got big slaps. Big slaps. Those kobolds that one-shot you, oh, we got them. We got them. What's this one at? That one's at 16 billion almost. The best weapon set, Enraging Spores. I'll probably pass on the Enraging Spores. I mean, for early progression, you can use them as walls, Video Maniac. For sure. I mean, I use them as walls for early progression. I was referring to more as an end game aspect. I mean, this is just going too smooth. Now, granted, too, we've got a really strong group. Irradiate is what is one of the passives that's on every fusion weapon that puts a dot on enemies that gives the... That's based off of their health. So, like on bosses and stuff, it scales really, really high. On ogres, it'll scale high. I'll show you here when we get done killing the boss. Something like the Sun God. That would be awesome too. Oh, melted. Aramir and Cassier dishing out the pain on them huntresses. The pain. $30 billion health? Ah, whatever. Whatever. I got wrecked. Percent damage would be really good. But for DPS weapons, you kind of have to roll with what you got. Because it's just so hard to get a good one, period. That's got the right stats on it, that's a high roll. So getting the secondary too is... I mean, it's the dream, of course, but... Where the hell is my bracers? Oh, there they are. Oof. Boo. Boo to you, bracers. Alright, let's try it one more time, just for good measure. But irradiate... Thunder Spikes are so good. Irradiate is going to be on all fusion weapons. You see 8.31% chance to irradiate. Your weapon attacks have a chance to irradiate enemies for 3 seconds, dealing 2.79% of their health as damage every second. This effect is reduced on bosses. So it ends up being a considerable little DPS addition, using any fusion weapon that you're firing your primary attack at. Is what irradiate is all about. All right. Let's do it again. Do it again. Make sure it wasn't a fluke. Did we put a gas trap up here? I don't remember. I'm gonna go with that one, because I don't remember if we had one or not. We will find out soon enough. Could probably actually save some DU with better slants on those reflects. Let's see, and then what did we do here? We went Siren and 2 archers. Shit, is that 2? Yep. Just looked a little bit too long. Alright, so that's 16 left. What did we do? I can't remember. We did 2 sirens, 2 archers? Is that right? No, that's not right. Or 2 sirens, 2 spiders. Did I spend an extra DU somewhere? No, that one's 1. This one looks like it's 1. That one's 1. Those are definitely both 1. I feel like I spent an extra DU somewhere. Did I derp on one of these? One's 3. Oh, it was 1 siren, 2 spiders. Alright, that makes sense. I thought it was 2 and 2. I guess not. And the 3 DU left. I mean, we can just do this. Yep. That is an overclock. We can just do that. All right, I think we're good. Let's check it out. Distrega. Sorry for massacring your name, but thank you so much for following. I do appreciate it. Shadow Shot's getting up at 6:30 in the morning. Good lord, man. That's when you go to bed. That's not when you wake up. These ogre slaps are just ridiculous, huh? Those kobolds hit so hard. Try to see a damage number on one of them. I'm sure it's like many, many millions. There's one. What's it gonna hit for? Oh, the targets died before it got there. I don't know how much it hit for. There goes another one. Gonna hit anything? Didn't look like it hit anything. 203 million, Aramir says. Yeah, that's fair. Those things hit so hard. So hard. I didn't see the number. Where are runes at, huh? Close to 250 maxed out. That sounds about right. I mean, that rune is so beast mode. Makes me wonder, would you be able to clear the map with just ogres and spiders? I mean, obviously throw in some ensnares. Could just ogres and spiders get it done? What do you guys think? Yeah. Ogres, spiders, and ensnares. That would be so incredible. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're going to use them where they're actually taking a lot of shots, you definitely want to give them a strength drain for sure. I just wish they threw them a little bit faster. I mean, I realize if they threw them faster, it would be broken OP. You know, they hit like an absolute truck, but right now they only throw like every 8 seconds. So it doesn't really matter. It's, you know, just not sustainable. But they also do have really good melee damage. I mean, they ain't hitting for no 200 million melee, of course. But they do hit hard melee. Want to try a run with that. Just ogres, spiders, and strength drains. See how it does. Or in snares. Get some craziness going here. I mean, what do you do for spiders on that side, though? You have them shooting from over here? You know, put the spiders back here to shoot into this lane? I mean, I'm thinking that's probably the play. The spiders right here just aren't going to get the shots off, I don't think. I think it's too close. The present delivery is just too good. Just the most awesome looking thing. Weird. Now look, my transmog doesn't look purple now. Some weird lighting thing, huh? What's going on there, Flying Turkey? How you doing? Have me some sips here, since this is going so smooth. God, man, coffee is such a wonderful thing. Thank you, coffee. I mean, how the hell was coffee discovered? Some guy had some beans spill in his water and took a drink and thought it tasted good? There's no way. Right? Oh, God damn it. Trying to collect mana. Oops. Colonialism. Well, I mean, coffee was discovered long before then. But it's just how... I mean, who... I mean, you take one sip of coffee with no cream and sugar, it's going to taste like rotten butt, right? Looks like we lost our Siren right there, too. I'll throw some emergency spiders down there as soon as I res. There, we got 7. I can just throw an Ogre right there. Well, you got to remember, it wasn't good coffee like we have now, Beardstain. It was crappy. You know, the original, the OG coffee, you know it was crappy. Coffee now, I mean, you know, it has been fine-tuned to perfection. Doesn't matter what's in coffee. It's like drinking diarrhea. Oh man, I am a coffee addict. I cream and sugar it up though. I'm not, I can't handle the black coffee. But I do drink an absolute ton of it. If you don't roast the bean first, it's got to be undrinkable. You would think, right? I mean, what would a raw coffee bean taste like? It would taste like crap. Like an unroasted bean. It fell in fire and then in the guy's drink. We'll take care of that. Our emergency fill-in is complete. That's the thing with me. I mean, I never had good coffee until I was older. You know, I mean, I'm from Northern Ireland originally, so it was all about the tea, you know, for growing up. But my grandma used to drink like some crappy Folgers instant coffee. That stuff is straight up rotten, you know? Right. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, it's terrible stuff. Double HP, low rolls on both of them, though. We got a crappy Inspired Assault Sword. Boo. Forgot to switch to Huntress, obviously. And what the heck, man? Where's all the godly runes today? Alright, let's try a build just for memes here, y'all. Just for memes. Its chance of success has got to be non-existent. But let's try it anyway. The official meme build of the day. We'll go double Ogre. Ogre there. Ogre there. Couple of ogres here. I'm gonna run out of DU, aren't I? Want to get some spiders in too. Let's go double ogre there, Aramir. One is just not enough. Well, it probably is, but like I said, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to leave them unprotected, huh? The unprotected ogre. Four spiders. What does that leave us? 6? That gives us enough for one spider over here. Or we could go 2 and not give him a buff beam. Let's do that. We'll put 2 with no buff beam. So these spiders are designed to throw up into that lane. I mean, we'll have to see if they actually do. And we got 1 DU left. I think we actually get rid of this. And let's go like this instead. We'll go 1 DU here. Then 1 DU here. Oh, I don't have an ensnaring over here. Need to come up with 3 more DU. Well, I guess we're going to have to just change this to one spider. Since it's 1, we'll put them on a spider on a point. spider on a pole. And I feel like we really just should have an ensnarer here. Alright, there we go, y'all. This is the shit right here. Now, this is full on for memes, obviously. I think its chance of success could be light. Could be light. What's up, Theoden? How you doing, man? Alright, let's check it out. Go, go, ogre spiders. Oh, and the spider shots are landing. They are landing. Just chilling, cleaned out the back room today. That was fun. Well, I mean, your definition of fun and my definition of fun might be a little different there than Theoden. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Might need flash heals. Might. Just might. Didn't give him strength drains. I guess we always could have went one ogre down here and then gave him a strength drain. And then that would have gave us 5 more DU for better reflex too. Then we certainly don't need 2 here either. So I mean, we could have done a better build. One down, one ogre there, one ogre there, one ogre there, more spiders over here, strength drain auras, and then more reflex. I think would have been the pro move for sure. It's a good and quite usable main builder, Dasky, but it definitely wouldn't be the strongest. The spiders and the ogres are incredibly strong. As far as like the sirens, archers, and mages, they're all very usable. But none of them, they're all of those would get outclassed by another tower. But you can definitely do like summoner main building. I mean, we just did a couple of runs, a few different builds with Siren, Spiders, Ogres. Go, Ogre, go. All right, Tim, we'll enjoy the farm. Enjoy the farm. We'll definitely be doing some of that map too at some point this week here. Well, thanks, Sarah Pook. I do appreciate it. The metas now would be plasma defense system, flamethrowers, lightning towers, thunder spike traps. Those would be all the meta defenses. The beaming blossom. But one of the benefits we have now is with the addition of runes in the game, pretty much every defense in the game is really good. Once you grind out the runes, you can literally use any defenses you want. It's probably the most diverse of any of the Dungeon Defenders games right now, as far as build variety. DD2's got a lot of build variety right now, but part of that is just massive power creep. I'm doing good there, Reaper. How about you? I could quit getting blowed up. Bowling balls, strangely enough, are one of the strongest defenses in the game. Their problem is just having a map that's designed for it. You know, like you said, more viable maps. Going through the game, little campaign, insane right now. Nice, nice. You'll get them. They're dasky. You just need to get into Massacre Mix modes. Massacre Rifted Hardcore Mix mode is where it's at. You'll be getting all the fat loots. Make sure you're doing the bonus waves once you get them unlocked too. The bonus difficulties. These ogres are just smacking these fools. Somebody snuck by and got hit with a 200 million damage kobold. That's what you get for sneaking by, you little spider. Or skeleton. You know what you are. You know exactly what you are. Yeah, see, that's like, that was all of those kobolds that just flew in right there. That was like well over 1 billion worth of damage. Hitting skeletons that have like 3 health. Well, you just have to set up another defense and put it on strong targeting, Dasky. Using one of anything to build the entire map is never a good idea. Diversity is what it's all about. So if your wisps are doing a great job taking out all the special enemies, then throw in one Beaming Blossom or one something else and set its target priority to strong. And then that will help you out with the ogres and whatnot. Or just use ogres. Or just use ogres. They're definitely incredibly good. I was hoping to win one this holiday season, Castair. There was a bazillion different companies doing Steam Deck giveaways on Twitter. And I entered all of them, but I didn't win. Surprise, surprise. People are saying pretty good things about him. I mean, I haven't heard anyone that owns a Steam Deck straight up say this is junk. Not one person. Like, everyone says good things. You know, the games, their favorite games or whatever, are all running well. Yeah, I mean, when you compare it, you know, not to talk trash about the Switch or anything, but when you compare it to the Switch, it seems like there is no comparison. I've got a Switch, and I almost never end up using it. We play Mario Kart on it, and what, Mario Kart, and then there's one or two other games we've played on it. You were playing Cyberpunk at 40 frames per second while you were getting your oil changed this afternoon? Yeah, I mean, that's just good stuff. The Switch, the hardware was updated when it came out? Yeah. I should be playing Breath of the Wild on it. This is very true. Thaden bought me Breath of the Wild on the Switch like 2 years ago, and I still have yet to do the Breath of the Wild playthrough. I'll make it happen before the next one comes out, Thaden. You have the Switch and the Steam Deck. Both are nice. I mean, that's good. Splatoon 3 machine and Pokemon. You know what? That's one game that looks incredibly fun that I've never played. This seems to hold better than the last build. Maybe. I mean, ogres and spiders are the S tier of the summoner. There's no doubt there. Ogres and spiders are better at their job than sirens, archers, or mages could ever be. We play some Mario Kart every now and then. But I gotta tell you, the wife just owns me so hard. So I end up not playing her as much because there's no forgiveness. Like most games that we play together, I end up just steamrolling her. And Mario Kart is the exception. She is practiced. So if we play something together on the Switch, of course she always wants to play Mario Kart. Alright, boss man, time to get wrecked. Cult of the Lamb is a great game. I played it a bit on PC. Oh, look at that yeet. Holy crap, man. Dude smacked me way up in the air. I'm just giving you a little present, Rain. It is around the holiday time. What's going on there? It's Mr. X. Yeah, I had a good Christmas, man. No complaints. No complaints. What do we got? What do we got? Flock of Siren Gulls. Missing ability. Boo. Where's my bracer? It's like it's mixed in with the pile. Or is it over here? There it is. Rate and Fort. Boo. No love there. Alright, y'all, I'm going to mix it up and make a new group here. Feel free to pop on in and rejoin. I just want to make sure anyone else that has an opportunity to hop in. Now, I was talking about the roots from the Warden. And let me show you what I did there. Always missing something if it's 0.33. All right, so now this is for something that an endgame player would bother setting up, right? You would just use it as it is as a lower end player or as a newer player. But the rune for shrooms applies 30% slow and a 200% tower damage dot. The 200% tower damage dot's a joke. Just forget about that. But the 30% slow stacks with an ensnare aura. It stacks with the slow from explosive trap. So if you go in and you make a range warden, say I'm at 13,000 range, and then you upgrade these roots, like you see the area of effect right now, it's going right up to the little line around the tavern crystal there. You can still see it on the ground here. Well, look when you upgrade it. It's a pretty enormous area you end up getting. I can't even see the line back here, but it's a big, big area effect. So it makes this just an incredible last resort because say you have an ensnare aura here, that's a 85% ensnare. Then you got, now these aren't additive, but they do stack together. So you've got an 85% snare. Then you got another 30% for the rune. And then if you had, say, an explosive trap here with the rune as well, then you've got another 30%. So literally any mob, and it does work on ogres. Yeah, spiders as well. It works on ogres also. So like Exosop mentioned spiders, so if you take that one step further, you got a spider back here as well. It is also a slow. Any mob, an ogre hits this mess right here, and it is straight up hitting the brakes. It is moving in super, super, super slow motion, which gives your towers an absolute ton of time to get anything done. It's just crazy, crazy how good it is. Bring some weapons with some variations to the shot itself to DDA, like the Shy Elude. Well, I mean, yeah. There's definitely will be varied shots. Every boss weapon has its own unique shots now. But more is better, right? More is better. I don't know if exactly the Shy Elude would come. I bet it would if Brent was in the mix. Brent works mainly on going rogue. Obviously, he helps on all the games, but he's the lead for going rogue. So he works most of the time on it. But does buff beam increase the... It doesn't increase the slow, but it does increase the range. So if you had that same one that's going out to just the other side right there, and then you threw a buff beam on it, you wouldn't get more of a slow, but you would get mad range. I mean, that's crazy. That's like lightning aura or electric aura range, right? Actually, slightly bigger. Or that was an ensnare, but slightly bigger than my ensnare aura. So yeah, the range, crazy, crazy, crazy. You know, the range goes through the roof, but do you really wouldn't need to put a buff beam on it is the thing. It's super effective without even going there. So, you know, in reality, you don't even really have to do anything. So, what next, y'all? What next? Yeah, the keep is the toughest thing in the game. You'll get there, it's Mr. X, but you got to fine-tune it. Literally everyone that has run the keep, it took them 12 hours of smacking their face against the wall before they beat it. Sniper towers. Alright, we can do some snipers. I'm not going to be doing any keep builds today, it's Mr. X, but there's tons of them on my channel. But the keep is all about you, It's all about your practice, your trial and error. I mean, you'll get to the point where you're like it. Can I beat the keep with just ogres and spiders? Probably not. Not going to bother with that here today. DSTs are 0.25. Is what they get down to. What were we doing? Oh, we were doing snipers. Alright, so let's put Philomancer back there. Let's grab some sniper cannons. Make sure we got some gear on them. Looks like so. We got the piercing rune. Pierces an additional enemy and scales damage by 100%. Alright. So let me proof a build real quick first and see if it will work. And then we'll open it up and try it in a 4-player group. Well, I mean, if you're playing in a group, Mr. X, and you're doing it solo, group play should always be way easier. So the problem is not you or your build if it holds solo, it's your group. I hate to say it. I hate to put it that way. But tell people not to sit on their ass AFK and go contribute. That will win you the match right there. Because group play is easier than solo play unless your group is a bunch of leeches. If your group's just a bunch of leeches, that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's try this out. You find Rampart's 4-man harder than the Keep 4-man as far as being full AFK? That's fair. That's fair. All right, so we are going to have to add in... This is a single target defense, right? In fact, let me check the targeting on it. So we are going to have to add in some AoE to help it out. It's on special now. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's just give... we'll give some ensnares and electric auras for a little AoE help. And then we'll have to see exactly what we got left. The middle lanes will be a face roll on this. It's just all about what's going to happen with these upper lanes, you know? Like, what's going to happen over here? Let's see. And I mean, are we even going to have enough DU to do what I want to do? Yeah, I already feel like I've spent way too much. It only pierces one target is the thing. Yeah, see, there's not enough DU to do that. We can put super snipes there, I guess. Do we have enough DU to do this? See, we don't even have enough to do that. That would be 24 per side. Let me check. Nah, this wouldn't be enough, because I need 12 for the buff beams. Let's do this then, or try this. We'll go ones. Well, the thing with the pierce is it only pierces one target. It's not like a harpoon. I got him set to special. I've got the only time you would ever want to have something set to strong if it's there specifically just to kill ogres. Because remember, if you have it something set to strong, there's always going to be something stronger than a goblin out there. So goblins are going to walk right on by. You know? It's meant to be like more like a DST. It's got the minor wall hacks. Alright, and then we'll go... I'm not sold that this is going to work, y'all. Just saying. We go like that. Then we can go like that. You know what? I'm curious here. What if instead of doing that, because the range on him is just stupid. What if instead of doing that, we did this? Because remember, they do have wall hacks. They won't shoot through walls, but if they're targeting something, then their projectile will go through walls. But they have to have the line of sight to begin with to target it. But like a sniper cannon cannot hit... It can't fire and like hit this ledge. It's going to go through it. You see what I'm saying? I just don't feel good about this. Only leaves me one. I really need one more DU at a minimum for these. Well, I could go 1 DU here instead of 2. I did go 2 there, right? Yeah. So we go 1 DU here instead. We'll put it down here. Yeah, not sold. Not sold, y'all. Oh, when double penguins focus on anything, they just disappear, Tim. Well, remember, this wasn't a change tower. This is a new tower. This is taken from going rogue. The bowling ball is still in the game. Need to spend the rest of the DU over here, I think, for the remainder of the map. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the bullet, the round has anti-clipping. It's like the harpoon. It slaps, though. It does slap. Like was mentioned earlier, though, the struggle here with using this tower is you could throw the rune on a flame burst tower, not have the pierce, and it still just wrecks compared to this. And it costs less. So you can end up throwing more of them. But I mean, we're not hitting many of these ogres more than once or twice, right? I mean, it's just slapping. God, these are doing way better than I thought they were going to. He's actually wrecking, but I think the problem we're going to have here is skellies. You see how close the skellies are getting. Skellies get up to it and they'll just start pounding on it. That would not be the ideal way to do an AFK dragon build, Matthew. That and them prioritizing shooting at the dragon over ground mobs is just would be a real struggle. But that would not be the ideal way. This is done way better than I expected. Nothing has come remotely close. I was expecting this to get pushed, like right away. The problem we have is we got a whole lot of exposure. Like, the backside of this is just wide open to anything over here or over there. The same thing with this one. Just wide open. So, I mean, one bad ogre toss and we're in trouble. You know? What's my stats? It was good. Not great, but it was definitely good. 12k, 7k. Nothing to write home and tell mom about. I mean, obviously, this is not a tower I use very often, so I haven't even looked at it in quite a while to give it some upgrades. I probably got upgrades sitting in my bag for it right now. You know, nothing, like I said, nothing to brag to mom about or anything, but not terrible either. My highest set is like 14,000, 8,000, something like that. Like 14,000, 8,000, 8,000. 12k power is kind of normal for... After you have a little grind time into Massacre Whoops, all your characters will be at 12k power. Like it's average as far as anyone who has done some grind in the end game. Ooh, here we go. They're getting a little too close for comfort there. Upgrading the aura should solve the Skelly issue, hopefully. That was an orc issue that time, though. I mean, upgrading it 3 times will probably solve the orc issue. Auras are really good right now. I mean, look at that. 1.5 million, that's 3 million DPS against fusion enemies. And every enemy here, except the Skellies, is fusion. In an aura? That's just so good, right? Yeah, I mean, you can clear all the stuff. You can clear every map in the game with, like, 8k main stat. Without a doubt. But, you know, the higher the stat, the less the struggle. Obviously, I'm not at the point where I'm struggling with maps. I'm at the point where I'm figuring out different ways to AFK maps, you know? But, I mean, that's something you get to after you grind it for a while. I've got a lot of hours into this. You guys don't even want to know the hours I put in since runes dropped to get all the runes. Now, I slowed down quite a bit once I got all the runes and then with the Path of Exile League. But, I mean, it's embarrassing. It's a little embarrassing. But like for I want to say probably 20 days after the rune update launched, my Steam time was averaging 18 hours a day. 18 hours a day for like 20 days straight. That's what it took for me to get all the runes. Well, I mean, it didn't take that for me to get all the runes. It was obsession, the reason I did that, but, you know, I'm not trying to lie. 20 days straight at 18 hours a day, though. That's why it just makes me so damn irritated when somebody's like, "You're so lucky, you have all the runes." I was like, dude, luck was not a factor. It was straight up massive grind. There was zero luck. Yeah, drops are luck if you get them right away. I didn't get anything right away. Every one of my runes was painfully earned. There was no freebies. Like, I didn't just log in and play a map one day and get an 8 out of 8 rune. Like, I logged in and got one on map number 60. You know? But it was all super hard earned for sure. And then, of course, right when they first came out, trading was really easy. Because nobody had any runes. So if you got a duplicate rune... well, I mean, I don't really want to trade any runes, but I'm giving away a crazy good rune for those of you that watch my YouTube videos. You will know about it if you watch my videos. It's an unpublished giveaway that is huge as far as runes. It's easily 100 hours of grind. And it's high-end runes. But you got to watch my YouTube videos to know where the giveaway is. Message Phil and say, hit me up with some runes. You realize how hard Phil would laugh at me if I messaged him and said, hit me up with some runes? There would be much laughter. I assure you. Phil has never once given me anything in game, and he never will. Yeah, Phil hasn't given anybody anything in game. Phil won't even give himself anything in game. He refuses to dev hack his own gear. It's like, dude, hook yourself up, for God's sakes. He won't even hook himself up. He sure as hell ain't gonna hook me up. You know? He's definitely a purist. XQC went live. I can ask him to stream. Well, I certainly wouldn't ask him in stream chat. There's zero chance of getting an answer there. At least if I asked him in Discord or on Twitter, he would laugh at me. If I asked him in a stream chat, he wouldn't even realize I said anything. That was fast burn, man. That was smooth. I did not expect that to be anywhere near that good. I mean, obviously, we had this a couple of times where the short lanes got pushed. Crazy. Well, you might want to do exclamation giveaway in chat and try to win one there. It's Mr. X. But I can tell you right now, there is a giveaway on my YouTube channel for people who watch my YouTube videos. That is, one person is going to get a Spider's Poison, a Sluggish Aura, a Shell Shocked, a Pulsator, a Poison Tip Spears, an Overdrive, a Lightning Strikes, an Immolation for the Heat Cannon, and I think there may have been Explosive Striker and Exploding Wisp too. I'm not positive on those. But one person is going to win all that. Yeah, anyway, let's give it the 4-player test here, yo. The Power Reflect, I'll pass there. What the hell happened? Well, it's not that way. Somebody's going to win all those runes. There's no, oh, I don't want this one, you know. It's, you win this. I'm not going to play the game about deciding what you want and what you don't want. You win all the runes. Shit all over the rest of them and throw them out if you don't want them. Once they're yours, I don't care. I don't want to make my job any harder. All right. here we go, y'all. Four-player test right here. Let's see if the snipey snipes will hold their own. Let's get it. Now, if I can only remember what the hell I did. Alright, it was ensnare and electric. Well, if you're always watching, then you already know what the giveaway is I'm referring to there. It's Mr. X. Like I said, unadvertised giveaway. I'm not going to post it. Not going to do it. I had a long day. That's fair. That's fair. All right. A little sketch on that placement, but I think it'll be all right. Little bit sketch, though. Right, 17 left. We had the two smoochers here. Gotta make your sniper cannon smooch, y'all. Just how it is. You can get them all up inside each other. All right, will it hold? Nah, it's a permanent addition, Tim. It was just added, but it will be in the game forever. Phil said any of these holiday or special event maps he adds, when he adds them, they're in. He's not going to take them out. They're permanent additions, so... Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how it should be, right? And that, I mean, from his perspective... He built that map himself. I mean, obviously he had artists help him, but he built that map from the ground up himself, so... I mean, he doesn't want to put a bunch of work into a map and then only have it there for 3 weeks or whatever, you know? So, I mean, from his perspective, he wants it to be something we can always appreciate and play for as long as we want, you know? Now, is this going to hold 4-player? That is the question. Seems like the cannons might have some accuracy problems, too. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just because the projectile's so small, it looks like it's hitting mobs funny. But watch this cannon shoot at that copter. Actually, it is hitting. It looks like it is hitting the copter this time. We got smacked. Where did we get smacked? We got smacked right here. I wonder what it was. I wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah, no doubt. Both insides got smacked. I bet something threw at him from over here, huh? I'll move him up a little closer. eliminate any of those backdoor shots. Hoping for something good in the next DD2 patch. I mean, I don't know if it'll be in the next patch, but we know that Chaos 10 is coming at some point in 2023. That may not be in the next update, but it'll be here at some point. On PC, by default, it's middle mouse button. Like if you hit your middle mouse button, it'll ping. And then you can ping like an Ogre or whatever the same way. Of course, you gotta ping it before it dies. Which I can't manage to get done. But yeah, middle mouse button. I'm not sure on console what the button is. Well, the next hero is already known. It's the Man and Machine. It was promised 8 years ago. I mean, they've reworked the artwork a little bit, but that character has been in the game since 2012 when the game was a MOBA. So that's no secret at all. The Man and Machine. Now called the Engineer, because they don't want to call it something that long. That and everyone was confusing it and calling it Mana Machine when it's manned and machine. Too soon to tell. I mean, we don't know any info yet. So definitely too soon to tell for the new DDA hero. Everything in DD2, but I'm not trying to ruin your experience or anything, Belindis, but there hasn't been anything new added to DD2 in 5 years. Literally everything in the game is from the MOBA. It's old assets that they just plugged in and finally gave us access to. Yeah, the dogs are going crazy. There's a turkey living in our, or I don't know if it's living, but there's a turkey spending a whole lot of time under our front deck. I'm assuming that's what the dogs are going ape shit over. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but our dogs were just going crazy. Alright, let's try it again. We'll keep an eye out on these close lanes. I don't want to let my pet just destroy everything there, though. I want to see what's killing the snipes. That way we can make some adjustments. When do I think the next update will come? I don't really know. I'm hoping that it'll be here before the end of February, but that is 100% me just guessing. Phil's been busting his ass and pumping the content out, but I think it would be not wise to think he's going to be able to keep that pace constantly. Because I tell you, dude has been busting his tail. He's working overtime. There's no chance he'll be able to keep pace with what he's been doing. It's too much for one person, you know? Well, you got two problems. It's Mr. X, and it's the reason I'm always promoting leaving Steam reviews. Problem number one would be it's a super small genre. There's just not that many people that play action defense games, period. Problem number two would be the community review bombed the shit out of DDA when it first launched because it wasn't DD1 or DD2. Why on earth people didn't realize, when it says right in the name, Dungeon Defenders Awakened, that it's not DD1 or DD2. People wanted DD1 or DD2. And instead of just playing those games, they bought DDA and then review bombed it. So the game has to recover from that, which is going to be a huge process. It'll take hundreds of positive reviews to recover from it. But that's the problem. I mean, people look at Steam reviews. I mean, when I look at them for entertainment, because I know they're usually a joke. Well, there is no marketing. I mean, that's a whole nother issue altogether. I'm referring to direct problems with the game. I mean, there's issues with the company itself, and one of them would be marketing for sure. There is a marketing guy now, but there wasn't for many, many years. Like, literally no marketing. DD2 gets the positive side of this, of the review thing. There's tons of fake positive reviews on DD2. And that's one of the reasons new players keep taking a look at DD2. I mean, old players aren't sticking around. There's a small group of really devout veterans that won't go anywhere, of course. But DD2 is free to play, so anyone could make 1 million accounts and leave 1 million reviews. There's reviews for DD2 that say, if you're looking for a review of DD2, don't look here. Instead, have this great recipe for blueberry muffins or some shit like that. That's literally one of the positive reviews for DD2. And then there's a whole lot of copy-paste stuff, and it's copy-pasted too similar, so you know it's all fake. So, I mean, there's a good side of reviews and there's a bad side of reviews, you know? The truth to reviews is they're all bullshit. Don't ignore them and don't ever pay attention to them, but that's not reality. Most people will pay attention to them, you know? Nicholas with the sub, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. The problem with sponsored streamers is it's just not a popular genre. It comes down to that. Sponsored streamers are great if they're enjoying the game. But paying some super, super huge streamer to stream DD2 or DDA or DD1 or whatever does nothing, because none of his viewers care about the game at all. They could give a shit. And they're required by law to put sponsored in the title. So literally every single person knows they're just getting paid for it, and they're not playing it by choice. And that's the problem with sponsored streams. Where sponsored streams go good is games like Fall Guys or what's the other game I'm thinking about? There's another game that did really, really good off streamers. But the thing is the people had a lot of fun playing them, and they continued to play it and promote it. And that's why those streams did good. Oh, I was the director of marketing for Pennzoil for 10 years. It's Mr. X. I know all about what marketing can do. It's the Among Us. Yeah, Among Us. Among Us, people loved playing. And that's what made it so popular. Vampire Survivors, same thing. Vampire Survivors is just addicting as hell. Among Us and like Fall Guys, those games got direct results from live streamers. Vampire Survivors, literally anyone that plays it is going to fall in love with it. It's just so good. That wasn't necessarily a product of the streamers. And you can tell when somebody's having a good time and when somebody's not, you know, is the thing. And viewers aren't stupid. Everybody knows. Like if PewDiePie suddenly starts... Oh no! If PewDiePie suddenly starts streaming Dungeon Defenders games, no one's going to rush out and buy the Dungeon Defenders games. Unless PewDiePie is having a whole lot of fun playing it. You know? Vampire Survivors is incredibly good. What got us? Rift Dark Elf Mage. And here, what am I always mentioning? You gotta watch for the mages. Dark Elf Mage that gets buffed by a Djinn, it ignores all crowd control and straight zergs the core. Runs right in. Actually, it was this one. Runs right in and smacks it. So I still think that was a 4-player friendly build. But we just weren't, we were ignoring the mages. I was ignoring them too. Let's try it one more time here. And they go through so fast, like a electric car just can't keep up. Well, no, that was my fault. I should have been watching for the Dark Elf Mages. I'm very aware of Dark Elf Mage problems. I was the bum player there, Tim, on that one. You got to realize I'm half watching what I'm doing and watching stream chat on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm reading 4 stream chats right now. So yeah, I would be the weak link on that one. You are the weakest link. Well, it's because I ignore the game. I mean, let's be honest. How many times have y'all seen me fall off ledges and jump off the world or whatever? I prioritize checking out chat and I ignore what's happening on the screen in front of me. That's not necessarily a good thing. That's just what happens. All right, so what now? Well, we still got to get the rest of the stuff. Buddy Beats with the sub. Thank you so much, buddy. 19 months. Damn, dude. I'm doing good, man. No complaints. Enjoying the holiday season with the family. We didn't do anything or go anywhere. My mom is in Belfast, so she didn't travel. My sister is in Brussels, and my son is in school in Tennessee and didn't want to come home and visit the pops for Christmas. So it's just me, the wife, and my mother-in-law, and just kind of chilling. But I've had a good holiday season and all. Had no complaints whatsoever. Now the fix for those Dark Elf Mages that I refuse to do is quite simple. You just got to give these 2 cores reflect beams. So if you spent even just 2 DU would help, but if you spent 4 DU, put 1 DU reflect beam, 1 DU reflect beam, and then 1 DU reflect beam, 1 DU reflect beam, it solves the Dark Elf Mage problem. Oh, he's already graduated college, spent years in the Navy, and now he's going to secondary school to learn how to fly a different plane. Their beard stayed. So yeah, man, the brat. He's trained to fly P3s and P8s in the Navy, but he wants to do commercial. So he's learning how to fly, I don't know what. He's learning how to fly something else, and that will allow him to switch over to commercial when he decides to get out of the military. But there's a flight school in Tennessee that they've got him going to. He's such a sucker for his surroundings, too. I hope he's watching so I can call him out on it. He moves to Tennessee, and all of a sudden he's wearing cowboy boots. What? Where the hell did this come from, kid? You can overlap all auras. They don't get a benefit for it, though, so it's good for, like, building quality of life, but it actually, the more overlap you have, the least effective they are, because you don't get an added benefit for them overlapping. So you're just wasting space, you know? Get some chickens and goats. Well, we got chickens, man. We don't have any goats, though. I wish we had goats. Mowing the lawn sucks. Alright, what do we lose? I don't see what we lost. We got 4 DU left. Oh, I never put a... Or no, there's a buff beam. Oh, it's over here. There's an ogre down now. Gotcha, gotcha. So yeah, this is just weak of 4 players right on these 2 inside lanes. I'm not sure what it was, but I would guess it's probably Skelly's. Or, I mean, it could have just been orcs or anything else, just stomping up the way. In fact, I feel like the fix for that is just to leave ogres here. Put an ogre here too, and then that will free up some DU, and then maybe I can put a second over here. I mean, there's definitely a way to use them and make them 4-player viable. This isn't a pet, it's actually just a transmog. It's a skin. There, Dark Shadow. Let's get rid of this. And we'll put an ogre here. We'll leave that ogre there. And then that frees up quite a bit of DU. Let's go ahead and give it a buff beam. We lost these, I'll rebuild. And that will free up 2 DU for some better reflex, maybe. What do we want to do there? Well, we could give these guys protection here. Actually, you know what? It's only 2 DU. Let's just blow it. I'm using the penguin pets from the holiday map. They're Dark Shadow. And then the Nutcrackers are just they're the holiday DLC for this year. All right, let's see if we can make it through this one. Yeah, man, needs goats. Needs goats, Pro Ace. It's like, I do like 10 to 12 hours a week of lawn mowing. Some goats would completely resolve that problem. It doesn't go, it's permanent. Well, no, I'm using trash penguins on purpose. Exostomp. One of them is a 3-stat, but it's a really low roll, and then the other one is just straight trash. I'm using trash penguins on purpose because that's what I've been using in my videos lately, just to showcase, you know, they don't have to be perfect and they still are viable. I mean, obviously you want perfect, but you can use any penguins and still have fun. I wouldn't suggest taking any without vitality. Specifically on the summoner, you need all the health you can get, right? But you can pretty much use anything. Still going to be quite effective. Oh, it's all good, Exostomp. It's only a couple times. Only a couple times, man. Penguins are more DPS, but they take some serious getting used to. Where the little bombers are just idiot-proof. Slap them on and go ham. The penguins you will miss. You see that high, like that high mortar angle? You will shoot right over enemies' heads quite regularly until you get used to it. They are more damage, though, than bombers. Bombers, I mean, I think the presents are super cool. But bombers are super damn cool, too. So, I mean, there's no reason not to use bombers. But if you want more damage, but just a little bit of a shot that you have to get used to, then the penguins might be fun for you. Yeah, but it's large open areas. We've got chickens. The chicken area, I don't have to mow. They tear that up. But the areas out back, we don't have proper enclosures to put. There's a really, really weak-ass, flimsy electric fence around the perimeter of the property. But I wouldn't want to have anything there other than cows, probably. Cows will rub, they'll push up against fences and stuff like that. But if they've got plenty to eat, they're not really going to bother trying to escape, you know? They're going to eat. But goats and a lot of other animals are more, they like to explore a little bit more. And of course, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, so to speak. All right, keep an eye out for this mage this time. But the problem there is we have to do some... Even so, if we got cows, which I kind of wanted to get cows, because let me tell you, steak is yummy. I would not mind having a huge freezer full of it. But even if we got cows, the property is set up like the previous owner had cows. We would still have to do some serious maintenance on the perimeter to keep them enclosed without having to spend $1 million, you know? Fencing in a big it's a 5-acre property, so it's big, but it's not massive. But it's expensive, man, to fence that in. It would be really, really pricey. And none of us are rich, you know? In fact, we wouldn't even have the property at all if it wasn't for my mother-in-law. Mother-in-law for the win. Alright, so I think we'll watch for the mage. I'll get a little DPS-y on the boss. Not as much anymore. You still get benefit out of it, but the reasons when it launched versus what's available now, it's not as big of a reason to fuse it. Same thing with gas traps. Elemental immunities were removed for the game. Now there's just elemental resistances. So an ensnare aura will slow every mob in Rifted mode. A gas trap will stun every mob that it can stun in Rifted mode. Right, the mage died real quick. Looks like Tyrannosaur and T-Gob are wrecking it, though. Exostomp. Ooh. I'm sirening up our explodies in the middle here. Nah, no more immunities. I personally am not a fan of that decision. I feel like it removed a strategy element for the game. But they're trying to appeal to a more casual player base, I guess, that all wanted the immunities removed. So there's 0 elemental immunities anymore. Alright, there we go, y'all. We got it. We got it. See, it was me. The group was fine. Inspired Assault. Super low roll. Boo. Big old junker. Man, so close to being a decent piece. Oh yeah, the darkness was the good shit there, Raji. The darkness. Raji remembers those days. Those days. Alright, y'all. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Give a exclamation giveaway in chat there, y'all. Exclamation giveaway in chat. Want to make sure there'd be nothing that bothered me more than having someone that doesn't watch the streams winning those giveaways. So make sure you all get entered and win the giveaways. They're bot chosen. They are not rigged at all. So I can't pick the winners. But it just triggers me to no end when someone shows up and wins. When they've never watched one of my videos or streams ever. So y'all get entered and somebody win the damn thing. So those will be going until January 1st at 11:50 p.m., 11:59 p.m. the evening of the 1st. You're completely rigged. It's like being in the casino business, you know? You see somebody playing a slot machine and like dumping their life savings into this slot machine and losing it all. And then some rando with $1 in their pocket walks over, puts it in, and wins 10 grand. That happens all the time. All the time. I couldn't even tell you how many times I've seen that happen in Vegas when I lived there. It just was constant. Constant. But anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for today. Is there any other questions or anything you guys wanted me to show off real quick before I bolt? But it is, it's about 10 minutes till dinner time here at the old juice house. So I'm going to get me some yummies. Anyone? Any questions, comments, concerns? All of the above? What's for dinner? I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's going to be ham and eggs. Because we had a ham for Christmas that was way too goddamn big for 3 people. So now we got ham for days. And if it's not ham and eggs, it will be ham and something else. For some reason, the wife bought like a 9-pound ham or something for 3 people. So we got so much damn ham. Oh, if you were here, Beardstain, you could have you some ham. Yeah, we got crazy amounts of ham. So yeah, it will be ham and something for sure. 0 doubts there. But anyway, y'all, I will be live tomorrow. Curious question, what's the point of having pets on other characters like a builder character? Just cosmetic alone, Belindus. If you're not active on a character during a wave, pets matter not at all. Yeah, it saves an inventory slot, plus it looks better. It will help you organize your characters too. Like, say you have 6 million wardens. You got one with bees. One, say, sludge launchers. One with shrooms. Another with beams. You know, you can look at, you know, obviously you want to change the skins up. And this one, bad example, I don't have a pet on this character at all. Here, we'll go with this. Alright, you know what? We don't want to go with that. Let's put a steam robot on there. So, I know that this, my bees, has the rifted corgi. My, what is this one? My sludge launchers has the golden corgi. My beaming blossoms has the rifted giraffe, etc. So it helps you to organize. No, versatility is only active while you are. It's a active hero ability. So I mean, all heroes have 5% versatility. Or pardon me, all heroes have 20% versatility. So no matter who you're playing on, no matter what, you've always got 20%. But if you're, you're using the giraffe, you got 25%. You're using the rock, you got 30%. But that's something that I think Phil will probably end up touching on down the road. He doesn't want pets to be stat sticks. And that's what pets were prior to... the Rifted Giraffe was a Kickstarter thing for being an early backer. Versatility is the old builder bonus from DD1. So what versatility does is every hero in your deck gets a builder bonus. Like say, what is this hero? This is my shrooms, is that right? This is my shroomer. I said blossoms. This is actually the shroomer. There we go. Here's the beamer. Say I put this beaming blossom here, and then we're on our summoner. We take a look. That beaming blossom's doing 2.1 million DPS. Well, say the beaming blossoms were not in my deck any longer. Then we look. Beaming blossoms now doing 2.103. And it lost its fusion element. It's because that hero is not in the deck. So the versatility bonus applies to any defense built by a hero that's in your deck. Now we look. Actually, the DPS is not reflecting on the tooltip. I bet you it's busted right now. You can if you don't want to move. Because every Mistamine pet has a 50% slow. Remember, slow stack. So yeah, you could get an additional 20% if you wanted to do like a full AFK build. Now, I think that something is broken here with the tooltip. And it's not refreshing properly. But it shouldn't be getting that added bonus with it in the deck at all. The DPS amount should drop. Mistamine is usable on a rogue. Mistamine is not good on anybody. What the Mistamine is for is if you want to sit in here on the target dummy and pretend like you're a superhero. That is what the Mistamine is for. It's usable. 100% not good. And the additional damage is trivial that you get for the slow. The Mistamine pets are for EPing and out on the target dummy, in my opinion. Not to be taken seriously in a map. The attack speed roundings to 0 and 1 is actually a bug, Dasky. I can tell you how to fix it. Kind of weird. And I know this sounds like it's completely out there and makes no sense. But if you go into your settings and you change, I don't even know where it is, language. You change your language to German, save it, go back out, go back in and change your language back to English, and it will fix that 0 and 1 bug. It's something to do with how the German language displays numbers and decimals. So change the language to German and then change it back. And that fixes it. Crazy. Crazy. But it works. Anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for today, though. No, it permanently fixes the game. It fixes it when you restart the game. It's all normal. It's a one-time thing only. Do it once and you're good forever. Like I said, I don't know what causes it, but that is the fix. It's a permanent fix. Anyway, y'all, hopefully everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And I'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, once again. Tomorrow we're going to do the summit. Well, it's 100% German, I know that for sure. I don't know what else, but I do know that it's something to do with German and the way that numbers are displayed with the comma versus the decimal point. It's something that throws the game off there. So if you switch to German and then switch back, it fixes the problem. But yeah, anyway, y'all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Hopefully everyone is still enjoying their holiday season. And I'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, and we're going to do some dragon killing tomorrow. So it's going to be all about the summit, and we will smack that fool down. But anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you soon.